Well, we'll make some introductions here before we get started. Um, First of all, welcome to the 2020 edition of the Dickinson County 4-H Fair and the Clover Kids Beef Show. My name's Dan Hummel. I'll be the ring MC today. Our judge is Chris Spence. He's originally from Medill, Oklahoma. Currently lives in Ames. Judged livestock and meat when he was at Eastern Oklahoma State College. And he runs a cow-calf operation with 100 head of cows down in the Ames area. So we're pleased to have Chris join us today. He always does a nice job with the kids. We are prioritizing the health and safety of Iowans and are following the most current federal, state, local, and university COVID-19 guidelines. Everyone's considered to strongly encouraged to wear a mask or some type of face covering, and please respect the appropriate social distancing between families. It's a strange year, and we're all wrestling with the changes to our lives, but we appreciate your cooperation with our request. We're going to limit guests near the show arena to 2 individuals per exhibitor to help us decrease exposure. So, and then drive-in spectators are asked to stay in or near their vehicles. Okay, we're going to start out with the Clover Kids, the Bottle Calf Show. Let me tell you a little bit about those kids. They're age kindergarten through 3rd grade. It's basically an after-school program where they can participate in getting a taste of what 4-H is all about and exhibiting their animals. This morning we have Amelia Myrie, Caden Swenson, Nellie Botel, and Aubrey Wallace joining us in the ring.
first off like to say what an honor and a privilege it is to be back in Dickinson County. Absolutely love judging here and working with the great livestock and the great kids here. This is one of my favorite counties to judge at year in and year out. I think we go ahead and start out with the Clover kids. I think all of these kids did a fantastic job of knowing a lot of things about their cattle. This is really kind of where the foundation to make sure that we have good showmen and overall good cattlemen and good cattle women kind of starts. So really commend these kids for doing a fantastic job. Let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Judge Spence, and thanks to our Clover kids for exhibiting their projects this morning. Might mention as well, due to the fair not being open to the public for our health concerns, we are live streaming today's show. So you can view today's show at www.exploreokoboji.com and find the stream there. And then the results and photos of all the exhibits today will be posted on the Dickinson County 4-H and Youth Facebook page. Okay, we got another Clover kid that just came into the ring. This is Natalie Hafner, and she's also exhibiting a kid's bottle calf for the Clover Kids show.
As we bring in another bucket bottle entry, I think this young lady does a very good job as well showing this calf. She's definitely knowledgeable about the industry and definitely knowledgeable about her calf as well. So really just a fantastic job. Let's go ahead and give her another nice round of applause.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. I'd like to make an announcement too about the auction process on Thursday. All the animals will be leaving today. All the calves will be leaving today after the show. So the parents would, if they would please check in with the extension staff and let them know who's going to be selling their project at the auction on Thursday. That would be very helpful, so they can build a sale list for Thursday. A couple other thank yous this morning too. Last year's Fair Queen, Alexis Nielsen of the Milford Pioneers 4-H Club, she gets to continue her reign this year as well, so we appreciate her efforts today helping us hand out the ribbons and awards. I'd also like to thank the sponsors of today's beef show, the Dickinson County Agricultural Society, the Iowa Great Lakes Chamber of Commerce, Farmers Savings Bank, the Dickinson County Cattlemen, Pro Co-op from Terrell, Okoboji GM, Toyota, and Kayleen Jackson, and Joanne Chaffin. We certainly appreciate your support. Okay, we're going to move into our first class of feeder calves this morning, and we have two exhibitors in this first class. We have Aiden Quayle of the Groom and Bloom 4-H Club and Anthony Quayle of the Groom and Bloom.
As we start out our show with two very competitive, two very good quality heifers right here, went ahead and started out with this young man's in the far corner, just purely based on the most weight per day of age that this heifer has. She's the tallest front and growthiest maid out of the class, one that you can definitely appreciate length and skeletal extension, and I really definitely think that she's got some real good balance, especially being deeper through that chest and cleaner through that chest floor and deeper in her flank. Probably would like to make her a little bit more capacious in that center cavity, maybe make her a little bit more boulder sprung, deeper sided, but I think that's going to kind of come with time. Definitely think she's a good show quality heifer that'll also be a good brood cow prospect for many years to come. Moving on to our second place, I really like this heifer. I think she's got a lot of potential. Just today, she just needs to have more weight per day of age, just be a little bit growthier made, and just overall be carrying more weight to move up any higher in the class. She's one that definitely you could say is more boulder sprung, deeper sided than our class winner. But again, just to move up any higher in the class, she just needs to be bigger overall. But overall, very good class.
Okay, congratulations to Anthony Quayle. He stood first in that class of female feeder calves, and second was Aiden Quayle. Now we'll have the female or the male class of the feeder calves, and once again we'll have Aiden and Anthony Quayle of the Groom and Bloom 4-H clubs exhibiting.
Here we got another class of differences in terms of type and kind. Went ahead and started out with the more moderately framed red steer that the young man has. Really like the expression that this guy has. Is easily the stoutest made, heaviest muscled, most powerfully constructed of the class. Really progressively gets wider as you start at the top of the shoulders and really just kind of getting into a really strong hip. One that you probably would like to see just have a little bit more length and skeletal extension, but I also think that's going to come with time. These guys are young, so I really think that they'll continue to grow into themselves. But if this guy really kind of continues the trend that he's on, he's going to be a powerhouse for quite a few shows around the area. Moving on to our second place, this is one that's definitely taller fronted, growthier made, definitely one that does have more length and skeletal extension. But I also think this kind of works to his disadvantage. You definitely would like to see this guy be wider from stifle to stifle, be deeper in his quarter, and overall just be more powerfully made to move up any higher in the class. I think you continue to put some fat on this guy and really just kind of continue to grow him, though. It seems like he's going to carry his weight well, just one that you would like to see overall be stouter made to move up any higher in the class, but overall still a very good, solid class.
Okay, congratulations to Anthony Quayle, who stood first in that class of male feeder calves, and second was Aiden Quayle.
Let's move on into our drive. We got two very good quality cattle here. Some differences in type and kind for sure, but both of these animals are going to be able to do their job as they get older. For the heifer, she's going to be one that's going to be able to turn into a real good brood cow prospect and be very profitable for these young men, for whether it's in a show operation or a commercial operation. Definitely seems like she's an easy feeder, so she'll definitely won't eat into your profitability a whole lot. Really continue to push her, and I think that she'll definitely be one that will get a lot of people excited. And moving on to our steer, this guy is just really powerfully constructed, got a lot of muscle even for his age right now. I think if he really kind of continues the trend that he's on, he's going to have a real heavy muscled, shapelier carcass, and he's going to be one that's going to be competitive at quite a few shows around the state and then around the area as well. So I'm going to go ahead and go out and select our champion. We'll bring in the second place and select the reserve.
Okay, congratulations to Anthony Quayle. His male feeder calf stood first, champion in that division, and his female stood second. So that'll be our reserve champion feeder calf today. All right, we're going to move into the our first class of breeding heifers, the October birth dates. We have one exhibitor in this first class, Ava Rashi.
Here we got a good Charlet appearing quality heifer, one that you can definitely get excited for in terms of the balance and the structure that this female's bringing from the get-go. When she enters in the ring, she takes a longer, truer stride, really covers her tracks very well. She's definitely one that whether it's a small operation where she doesn't have to cover a lot of track, or if she has to be out somewhere where she really has to work for her food, she's one that you can definitely get excited for, and she's going to really continue to give you some profitability. Where you'd probably like to see this female just be a little bit better, I would like to give her just a tick more cover on her, but I think that, again, that's going to kind of come with time. But, again, overall, very good heifer. This young lady does a very good job showing her as well.
Okay, congratulations, Ava. We are going to be moving into our second class of breeding heifers this morning. These are the April birth dates. So we have Trevor Riesberg, Sullivan Radcliffe, Liliana Gunderson, and Grace Radcliffe exhibiting in this class.
We got another good quality class. Kind of broke it down into pairs of similar types and kind. Went ahead and started with the growthiest made, most weight per day of age heifer right here. This young lady's having a heck of a time showing her, but she's doing a good job showing her. From the get-go, you can definitely tell that this female is the boldest sprung, deepest sided, most capacious in her center cavity. Definitely one that you can appreciate just in terms of the cover that she has. And I also think that she's the most powerfully made as well. From a muscle standpoint, she's going to be able to produce some good quality cattle. They're going to be able to go into a market and give this young lady some profitability. But also from a breeding standpoint, she definitely gets around the ring with some ease and definitely got some good breeding traits that she's going to be able to produce some good quality heifers as well. Moving on to our second place, it's going to be this young man's right here. This is one that, again, that kind of follows closely suit in terms of type and kind, being bold, sprung, deep-sided. You probably would just like to see this female be a little bit more longer, skeletally extended, and overall just be a little bit more powerfully made. She definitely needs to be wider from stifle to stifle and deeper in that quarter to move up any higher in the class, but I definitely think she's another one that will be a good productive female. Moving on to our little bit taller front end, a little bit more narrow made cattle. Really like this heifer. Think she's definitely got some depth to her. She just overall needs to be wider based, wider gauge to move up any higher in the class and just overall be wider, especially at the point of the top. Then moving on to our next heifer. This is a heifer that just gets overpowered today. Definitely would like to see this female just be growthier made, have more weight per day of age. She's definitely got potential, but she just kind of gets overpowered. Definitely need to open her up to move her up any higher in the class. But overall, good class. Let's go give him a nice round of applause.
Okay, standing first in that class of heifers was Liliana Gunderson. Second was Trevor Reesberg. The third in the class was Grace Radcliffe, and fourth was Sullivan Radcliffe. So due to the COVID outbreak pandemic, we did not have a pie auction this year. I've been told that there is a donations bucket this year for the Pie in the Face fundraiser that's going to replace the pie auction. You can donate that to that today to support local 4-H, and you can see club leaders and select fair board members get pied. So check that out, and please support the 4-H program. So now we're going to move into our third class of heifers. These are the heifers with a March birth date. Okay. Okay, so in this class we have Grace Radcliffe. We have Gabe Nielsen. We have Kelsey Arrett. We have Tyler Wallace and Wesley Radcliffe.
So we move on into our next class. Really got a class winner that you could definitely appreciate. Just really kind of rising to the top, in my opinion, kind of relatively easy. Really like the depth and spring of rib that this female has. It's the most moderately framed or most moderate framed heifer of the class. One that, in terms of the muscle, she's definitely got it going on. Most powerfully constructed, built widest from the ground up. You probably would like to see her not have as much flex and gift her or back cushion of her hock, but I think that she's definitely one in terms of a breeding standpoint. She's got the most going for her and is going to be a great brood cow prospect. Moving on to our next one is the Charolais appearance. This is definitely a very attractive female, especially from the profile. One that's very level down the top line, especially from hooks to pins. I just think today, in order to move up any higher, she needs to be a little bit more cleaner through that chest floor and deeper in her flank, and overall just be more capacious in that center 1/3 to move up any higher. Moving on to our third place. This heifer just kind of kept growing on me in terms of her depth and spring of rib. Definitely think that she's one of the more opened up in the class. Kind of where she needs to improve is she's just really kind of narrow made. I definitely would like to make her wider based and wider gauge, and definitely deeper in that quarter to move up any higher in the class. Moving on to our next heifer. This is another one that's pretty attractive. I really like how level this female is and how long and skeletally extended she is as well. She just kind of disappoints you a little bit when you look over her top line, not nearly as wide over that top, and really kind of doesn't get as progressively wider as you would like to see. And then moving on into our next heifer. This is a heifer you would just definitely like to make leveler down the top line, especially bring her tail head just down just a little bit, and overall just make her more powerfully constructed and just opened up in that center 1/3 to move up any higher in the class. But overall, very good class to talk about.
Okay, so standing first in that class of heifers was Gabe Nielsen. Second was Kelsey Arrett. Third was Wesley Radcliffe. Fourth was Tyler Wallace. And rounding out the class was Grace Radcliffe. Okay, we're going to have another class of heifers, March birth dates. We got Cadience Olson. Second coming into the ring is Dylan Whitrock. And we have Gracie Gunderson, Isabella Ostovic, and Riley Johansson.
Starting out, we got a really awesome heifer. Really got to appreciate just the attractiveness that this female has. Really takes a long true stride, gets around the ring with quite a bit of ease. Really built wide from the ground up, and from the middle 1/3 is the most capacious. Definitely has the most depth and spring of rib out of the class, and just overall, really a very good quality heifer. Moving on to our second place, I think this is another heifer that really kind of follows pretty close in terms of type and kind. Really got some capacity to her as well. You probably would like to make her leveler, especially from that hooks to pins, to move up any higher in the cast, and overall just make her a little bit more wider based, wider gauged, and wider from stifle to stifle. Moving on to our third place, I think this is definitely a heifer that is a little bit more attractive in terms of being leveler down the top line. You just would like to see this female just be longer, more skeletally extended, and she does kind of disappoint you a little bit in terms of her depth. Definitely would like to open her up a little bit more, make her a little bit more deeper sided as well. And moving on into our next two, these are just some cattle that you definitely can appreciate how much stuff to the bone that these cattle stand on, how growthy made they are. You just need to definitely see them be more powerfully constructed, built wider from the ground up, and just be stouter made to move up any higher in the class. But overall, very good class to talk about. Let's go ahead and give a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Riley Johansson. She stood first in that class of heifers. Second was exhibited by Katie and Solson. Third was Gracie Gunderson. Fourth, Dylan Whitrock. And rounding out the class is Isabella Ostovic. Once again, just a reminder to the parents of the exhibitors, if you would please touch base with the 4-H staff and let them know who's going to put their exhibits on the auction for Thursday. That would be helpful. The animals are leaving today after the show, so we need to be able to put together a sale list for the Thursday auction. Okay, now we're going to move into another class of heifers here. These are the February birth dates. We have Miley Wagey. And we have Wesley Radcliffe. Coming in next is Wyatt Lorch. Easton Brevick. And Sophia Lorch.
Here we got a good class. I started out with the top pair of cattle that are pretty similar in their type and kind. Went ahead and started out with the deepest in the quarter female right here. Also the boldest sprung, deepest sided, and the strongest down that top line as well. One that you can definitely appreciate the attractiveness that this female has. When she does want to walk, she definitely takes a longer, truer stride and definitely covers her tracks very well. Stands on the most substance of bone out of everything in the class. Definitely she's going to be one that will be a very good brood cow prospect. Moving on to our second place, I really do like this female. I just think today for me, she definitely needs to be stouter hipped and definitely needs to be deeper in that quarter and just wider gauged and more powerfully constructed to move up in the class. She's definitely a very good quality female, probably more cleaner through that neck and into that chest floor than our class winner, but just to move up just needs to be more powerfully made. Moving on to our next heifer, this is another heifer that you can definitely appreciate the depth and spring of rib. I think that she's definitely needs to be a little bit more loosened up in her heart girth. She tends to get a little bit tucked up there, but she's also one that you continue to grow with her and continue to feed her out. She's definitely going to be a good quality female for you. Then moving on to our next two in the class, these are just some cattle that you can definitely appreciate just how long skeletally extended they are. Definitely both these cattle have a correct slope to their shoulder, but they just need to be more powerfully constructed, just be wider based, and overall just stouter made and heavier muscled and bolder sprung to move up any higher in the class. But overall, very good class. Let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause.
First in that class of February heifers was exhibited by Sophia Lorch, and second was Easton Breivik, followed by Wyatt Lorch, Miley Wagey, and Wesley Radcliffe. Okay, we have another class of February heifers. Leading out the class here is Isabella Ostovic, followed by Sullivan Radcliffe and Miley Wagey.
Here we got a class, and definitely differences in type and kind. Went ahead and started out with the most weight per day of age heifer here. She's the boldest sprung, deepest sided as well. She's the widest based out of the class. Really gets progressively wider as you go down her top line and you look from behind her and her legs as well. One that you definitely would like to see be a little bit more leveler and a little bit more wider pinned. But I definitely think overall that she is a good quality heifer. Moving on to our second place, and this is kind of a pair of some cattle that just need to have some more weight to them. We went ahead and picked this heifer over the other one. This is a heifer that, where she kind of wins for me, or goes second place. So she's just really attractive from the profile. Really like how this female gets around the ring. You definitely would, no doubt, like to see her be wider gauged, especially in the front end, and that's where this heifer kind of does beat her to a point, is she definitely is a wider based, wider gauged. You just need to see this female be opened up more in that center 1/3 and just be deeper flanked to move up any higher in the class. But overall, a very good class.
Okay, first in that class of February heifers was exhibited by Miley Wagey. Second was Sullivan Radcliffe, and bringing up the bottom of the class was Isabella Ostovic. Okay, this will be our last class of heifers this morning. This is the January birth date heifers. We have Anthony Quayle, Aiden Quayle, Rylan Arrett, and Ashlyn Nitschke.
We got a good class. Started out with the two moderately framed cattle that are very, very similar in their type and kind. Both of these cattle are getting kind of close, in my opinion, to being a little bit wastier than I like to see. But kind of going with that, they definitely need to have some cover, no doubt. Went ahead and started out with this young man's. This is the longer, more skeletally extended out of the two. One that you can also definitely appreciate the attractiveness that this female has. She's the nicer balanced of the two as well, being cleaner through that chest floor and deeper in her flank. And overall, I just think she's one that's also stouter out of that hip as well. She's one that she's going to be able to go back into a good operation, whether it's commercial or a show operation. She's going to be able to produce some good quality livestock for this young man. Moving on to our second place, where I could see this female definitely winning is she is a little bit wider base, a little bit wider gauge, especially from behind. But she is one that gets a little bit rounder out of her hip and is starting to carry a little bit more cover than I'd like to see as well. Definitely would like to see her be cleaner through that chest floor and cleaner through that neck, and then just be deeper flanked to move up any higher in the class. But she's another female that's going to be productive, no doubt. Moving on to our third place, it's going to be the Charlet. This is definitely the taller fronted, growthier made heifer of the class. There's definitely no doubt that she's the longest, most skeletally extended as well. Really where she kind of falls for me is she's not carrying nearly as much cover as I'd like to see. Definitely would like to give her some more groceries for her to move up any higher in the class, and just overall just be more powerfully constructed and built wider from the ground up. And then moving on to our next one is going to be the Hereford. Kind of broke my heart to do this just because the Hereford is my favorite breed, especially that's what my dad had. So, but with this heifer, you definitely need to see her be bolder sprung, deeper sided, be nicer balanced, definitely needs to be cleaner through that chest and deeper in her flank, and just level over her top line, especially at the point of the shoulders. But overall, still a very good class to talk about. Let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause.
First in that class of heifers was exhibited by Anthony Quayle. Second was exhibited by Aiden Quayle. Then we had Rylan Arrett and Ashlyn Nitschke. So now we will select our champion and reserve champion breeding heifers this morning. Okay, so we have our first in the class place winners. We have Ava Rashi, followed by Liliana Gunderson, and then we have Gabe Nielsen. And the winner of this class was Riley Johansson. Followed by Sophia Lorch, Miley Wagey, and Anthony Quayle.
As we bring in all the heifers, our first place is for the grand drive. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice round of applause. Really, from top to bottom, you got a lot of really good quality cattle here. Definitely ones that are going to be able to go back into an operation, whether it's just a normal cow-calf, a show operation, or even to some point, I think these females will be able to definitely produce some good seed stock bulls as well that'll be able to go back into other people's operations and be very successful. So definitely some cattle that are going to give you some profitability. Definitely ones that you can definitely tell are some easy keepers and easy feeders. I think for me, there's one individual that really kind of rises to the top just in terms of her quality and just, what we're kind of looking for the industry. So I'm going to go ahead and go out and select our champion, and we'll bring in the second place, and I'll select our reserve.
Okay, congratulations to Riley Johansson for exhibiting the champion breeding heifer this morning. And your reserve champion, congratulations to Sophia Lorch. Once again, we'd like to thank today's judge. That's Chris Spence from Gilbert, Iowa. He's nice enough to share his time and talents with us today and helping to educate our 4-H youth as well. Thanks for coming, Chris. Just a reminder, too, since we've got a little bit of an unusual schedule due to the COVID pandemic, and the fair's not really open for the general public today, we are live streaming today's show. So you can go to exploreokoboji.com and you can view the show. And I think that's, from what I can tell, the quality looks pretty good on it. So make sure and tell all your friends and relatives. All right, we're going to move into our first class of market heifers now this morning. We've got Gracie Gunderson coming into the ring, followed by Alexis Staley, Liliana Gunderson, Cadience Olson, and we have another entry for Alexis Staley.
We got a good quality class. All these kids did a good job showing these cattle. I know they're not acting the way that they definitely want them to, but it is what it is. Especially with the heifers, they just kind of definitely have a mind of their own. Went ahead and started out with this young lady's more moderately framed heifer right here. One that you can definitely appreciate just being the heaviest muscled out of the class. From the attractiveness standpoint, she is definitely the most attractive on the profile. One that you probably would like to see just have a little bit more weight per day of age and be a little bit more longer skeletal extended. But nonetheless, I think she's definitely a good show quality heifer, but also from a market standpoint, very good as well. Moving on to our second place, this is the pounds heavy heifer of the class, one that does have the most weight per day of age, also the one that when sent to the rail would have the most pounds of product. Kind of where she falls for me, if you just would like to see her be stouter made and heavier muscle, just be leveler down that top line and be stouter out of the hip as well to move up any higher in the class. Moving on to our third, this is the most optimally finished steer of the class, one that you can definitely appreciate having the most finish and the most cover, especially on the last rib back. One that you probably would like to see take a longer, truer stride and just be a little bit more deeper in the quarter, but I definitely couldn't get past the finish of this female. I think she's definitely done a great job of feeding this heifer out. Moving on to our next one. This is one of the more attractive females of the class, but she's one that you definitely would like to see be deeper in the quarter and overall just be a little bit heavier finished, one that gets a little bit staler for me than I'd like to see. But I think that you continue to feed this heifer out. She would have, I think honestly, she would have been a good breeding heifer to look at and definitely kind of put in the drive that we had last time. But I think that you feed her out, she definitely will bring some profitability. And then moving on to our next heifer, this is the pounds light heifer of the class. I can definitely appreciate the market standpoint that this heifer has. A stalker guy would kind of look at this heifer, and that would bring him some profitability when he send her to a feedlot. But you just definitely need to give her some more groceries, have some more weight per day of age to move up any higher in the class. Overall, very good class to talk about.
Okay, congratulations to Alexa Staley. She had both first and second in that class of market heifers. That was followed up by Katie and Solson, Lillian Gunderson, and Gracie Gunderson. All right, now we're about ready to start our second class this morning of market heifers. First one coming into the ring is Allison Wallace. Couple projects from Allison Wallace. We have Rylan Arrett. So Sophia Lorch and Jennifer Resch are scratches in this class. So here's your class, these three heifers.
in a class where we've got some definitely some market readiness to these cattle, definitely ones that are ready to go to a market. Went ahead and started out with this young lady's black heifer right here, just super attractive female, one that you can definitely get excited for in terms of the prettiness that she has. She takes a long, true stride, definitely covers her tracks when she gets around the ring. From a market standpoint, she's going to have the carcass with the most shape, and definitely should rib the larger eye. I definitely think that this female, from a breeding standpoint as well, is one that can go to an operation and be very successful for quite a few years. Moving on to our second place, this is another one that's kind of follows suit in terms of type and kind of our class winner. One that you would like to see stand on a little bit more substance of bone and just be a little bit nicer balanced. Definitely would like to clean that chest floor up just a little bit, maybe make her a little bit deeper flanked, and then just overall make her more powerfully constructed, make her wider based, and stand a little bit wider from stifle to stifle to move up any higher in the class. Moving on to our third place, this is definitely the tallest fronted, growthiest made heifer of the class. Definitely one that is the longest, most skeletally extended, but I also think this kind of works to her disadvantage. You definitely would like to make her wider gauged and wider based and just overall be more powerfully made and stouter made to move up any higher in the class. But overall, very good class. Let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause.
Okay, congratulations to Allison Wallace. She stood first and second in that class of market heifers, followed by Rylan Arrett. So now we will pick the champion and reserve champion market heifer. Okay, so you'll have your first place class winners, Alexis Staley and Allison Wallace.
To move into our market heifers, I think both of these heifers do a very good job of really kind of showing what, from a market standpoint, muscling finish, what we're really kind of looking for. Definitely some differences in terms of weight per day of age in this class, but nonetheless, definitely some good quality heifers here that are definitely going to bring some profitability for these two young ladies. I think there's one that really kind of rises to the top, in my opinion, so I'm going to go ahead and go out and select that heifer.
Congratulations to Allison Wallace. She exhibited the champion market heifer this morning. And congratulations, Allison Wallace, again. That was her project that was just named the Reserve Champion Market Heifer. While we've got a little break here, just another reminder to please let the staff know, the 4-H staff know, if you are going to be putting your livestock project on the auction for Thursday. They are developing the auction list as we speak, and need to know who's going to put their animals through the auction on Thursday, because the animals will be leaving today after the show is over. Okay, we're going to move into our first class of market steers today. Entering the ring, we have Tyler Wallace of the Silver Lakers. And we have Trevor Riesberg, also of the Silver Lakers. Brianna Swenson of the Milford Pioneers. And now we have Wyatt Lorch and Sophia Lorch. That rounds out our first class here.
So we move on into our steers. Definitely some good quality here in terms of type and kind. Really from top to bottom, I think we got a lot of good quality cattle. Went ahead and started out with this young lady's Charlotte appearing. This is the most powerfully constructed, widest gauged, and heaviest muscled of the class. One that is also the strongest down the top line and really kind of continues that trend, also getting progressively wider. One that you could definitely appreciate the finish that this individual has. I think when sent to the rail is going to have the shapeliest, heaviest muscled carcass with the largest ribeye. Moving on to our second place, this is another guy that was really good in terms of his finish. Where you would like to see this guy just be a little bit better, be a little bit more expressive in his muscle shape, but also be a little bit stronger down his top line, starting to break at the point of the shoulders. Just definitely would like to make him a little bit leveler and a little bit more attractive. Moving on to our third place, this is another individual that's really good in terms of his finish. Comparatively to our second place, one that is more level down the top line, but where you would like to fix him is his balance. He's getting a little bit more deeper in his chest than I'd like to see. Definitely would like to make him cleaner through that chest floor and deeper in his flank, and overall just be a little bit more expressive in his muscle shape to move up. Then moving on to our taller fronted cattle. These are some cattle that you could definitely appreciate the length and skeletal extension that these individuals have. Both of them do have some good finish to them. You just definitely need to see them be stouter made, more expressive in the muscle shape, and just be powerfully constructed to move up any higher in the class.
Okay, first in that class was Sophia Lorch, followed by Trevor Reesberg, Tyler Wallace, Wyatt Lorch, and then Brianna Swenson. Okay, now we're going to have our second class of lightweight market steers this morning. We've got a couple of exhibits for Brianna Swenson of the Milford Pioneers. And we have Sophia Lorch, the Silver Lakers. And we have Alexis Staley of the Silver Lakers. And now we have Wyatt Lorch entering the ring. That rounds out the class of these lightweight market steers.
Here we got another good class. Went ahead and started out with the Hereford Appearing steer right here. Just in terms of his muscle, he is the stoutest made, heaviest muscled, widest over his top, and really progressively gets wider. Ideally, you would like to see this guy just be a little bit more fuller in his cod, but nonetheless, one that he's going to rail the shapeliest, heaviest muscled carcass out of the class, wins into the rail. Moving on to our Charolais Appearing steer. This is one that you could definitely say is probably more optimally finished, one that is definitely more fuller in his cod. Where you would like to see this guy kind of improve is just make him more stronger out of his top, definitely give him some more progressively wideness. He's one that starts to get a little bit not as deep in his quarter as I would like to see. Just make him stouter made. He could definitely move up in this class. Moving on to our third place. This is another one that is real deep in his cod, really attractive. I really like the attractiveness that this individual's putting off, really clean through that neck and chest floor. But one just nonetheless that needs to be more powerfully constructed, be wider from stifle to stifle, and definitely overall be deeper in that quarter to move up any higher in the class. And then moving on to our next two cattle. These are cattle that you can definitely appreciate the length and skeletal extension that these individuals have. Definitely ones that are optimally finished, definitely have some good finish to them. You would like to balance both of these individuals up, make them cleaner through that chest floor and deeper in that flank. And then especially with this last one, just make him more stouter out of the hip. Definitely gets tapers from hooks to pins. Overall, though, very good class to talk about.
Okay, standing first in that class of lightweight market steers was Alexis Staley, followed by Wyatt Lorch, Sophia Lorch, and Brianna Swenson. So now we will select our champion and reserve champion market lightweight steers. We appreciate everyone's support today in following the COVID-19 guidelines, and encouraging social distancing and cloth face coverings where possible. These are some strange times, and we certainly appreciate your cooperation with the guidelines. We got our two class winners here. We have Sophia Lorch and Alexis Staley.
So we do our drive for our lightweight. Definitely some two steers here that are definitely going to be able to bring some profitability to these young ladies. Ones that definitely, in terms of the finish, are definitely up there, especially for their weight. Ones that overall I think you could take to really any livestock market, and they're going to be able to bring some good profitability. Somebody who definitely wants some good quality meat and definitely going to go after these cattle. So I'm going to go ahead and go out and select our champion, and then select our reserve.
Okay, congratulations to Sophia Lorch. She exhibited the champion market lightweight steer this morning. And congratulations to Alexa Staley for exhibiting the reserve champion market lightweight steer. Once again, I'd like to thank today's sponsors of the beef event this morning: the Dickinson County Agricultural Society, the Iowa Great Lakes Chamber of Commerce, Farmers Savings Bank, the Dickinson County Cattlemen, Pro Co-op from Terrell, Okoboji GM Toyota and Kayleen Jackson, and Joanne Chaffin. We certainly appreciate the support. All right, we're going to move into our first class of middleweight market steers today. Entering the ring, we have Justine Reese of the Silver Lakers. Next up, we have Wyatt Lorch, also of the Silver Lakers, followed by Kelsey Arrett of the Silver Lakers.
So move on to our middleweight. Got some steers that are getting a little bit more ready for the market. Went ahead and started out with this young lady's steer right here. One that is the most optimally finished out of the class. One that you could definitely appreciate the length and skeletal extension that this guy has. Definitely going to have a lot of pounds of product from that last rib back. One that you would like to see be more expressive in his muscle shape, but nonetheless also one that is the most deepest in his cod as well. I think overall a good steer. Continue to feed him out. He's definitely going to breed some profitability for you. Moving on to our more moderately framed steer right here. This is another one that's pretty good in terms of his finish. One that's actually the fullest in his cod. You just would like to balance this guy out. He's definitely getting deeper in his chest floor and higher in his flank than I'd like to see, and definitely make him leveler down his top line, especially from the hooks to the pins. And moving on to our third place, this is another one that's a little bit taller front end, growthier made than our second place. One nonetheless that you would definitely like to bring out that heart girth. Definitely gets tucked up in the heart girth. Big thing for him is he just needs to be more powerfully constructed. Definitely be more expressive in his muscle shape as well. He definitely gets plainer from out of his rump and definitely into that quarter.
Okay, congratulations. First in that class was Justine Reese, followed by Wyatt Lorch and Kelsey Arrett. Okay, we're going to move into our second class of middleweight market steers today. First exhibitor we have is Jennifer Resch of the Spirit Lakers, followed by Gabe Nielsen of the Okoboji FFA. And now entering the ring is Sophia Lorch, Silver Lakers. And we have Kylan Green of the Milford Pioneers.
got a real good quality class here of heavier middleweights. Went ahead and started out with this young lady steer right here, the most optimally finished of the class. One that you can definitely appreciate. Hold on just a second. One that you could appreciate how progressively wider this guy gets, really kind of continues that trend. Would have the shapeliest, heaviest muscle carcass, that one that's definitely going to rib the larger eye as well. Ideally, and I think this being nitpicky on a good quality steer, you probably would like to see him be a little bit deeper in his quarter, especially from behind. But nonetheless, I think that he's a really good quality show steer. Moving on to our second place, this is another steer that you could definitely appreciate the pounds of product this guy has. Probably stands on a little bit more substance of bone than our class winner, and probably a little bit longer, more skeletally extended. Where I would like to see this guy improve is just be leveler down the top line and just be more expressive in his muscle shape as well. You would like to see him be a little bit more optimally finished, a little bit more fuller in his cod, but nonetheless, he's another good steer that'll bring some profitability for this young man. Moving on to our third place, I think this is a more moderately framed steer that I definitely can appreciate just the finish on him. He's one of the top two optimally finished of the class. He just gets a little more plainer in his shape, especially down his top line. You definitely would like to see him be more expressive and just be a little bit more heavier muscle to move up any higher in the class. Then moving on to our fourth place, this is the tallest fronted, growthiest made steer of the class. One that you can definitely appreciate the length and skeletal extension that this guy puts on. He's just another one that overall just needs to be more optimally finished, especially in that back 1/3. Definitely not nearly as finished there as you'd like to see, and definitely cleaner through that chest floor and deeper in his flank. But overall, very good class. Let's go ahead and give him a nice round of applause.
Okay, first in that class of middleweight market steers was Kylan Green of the Milford Pioneers. Second was Gabe Nielsen of the Okoboji FFA, and then Jennifer Resch, followed up by Sophia Lorch. So we will select our champion and reserve champion middleweight steer at the next go-around. So we'll have our two class winners, Kylan Green and Justine Reese.
as we bring in our middleweights. Definitely two good steers here for whatever their purpose is going to be. Both of these guys would definitely be a premium at any livestock market that you go to. Ones that definitely have some definitely good traits that you're really kind of looking for from a market standpoint, whether it's from a show standpoint or ones that are going to go into a feedlot and be feeded out. So I'm going to go ahead and go out and select the champion middleweight.
Congratulations to Kylan Green from the Milford Pioneers for exhibiting this morning's champion middleweight steer. And your reserve champion market weight middleweight steer is exhibited by Gabe Nielsen. We'll have one more class of the heavyweight market steers, and then we will move into selecting our grand champion and reserve champion overall market steer, and then the overall champion of the fair and grand champion of reserve. Okay, entering the ring we have Anthony Quayle of the Groom and Bloom, followed by Andy Ashland of the Groom and Bloom. We have Ashland Nitschke of the Okoboji FFA, and another exhibit for Andy Ashland of the Groom and Bloom.
As we get into our heavyweights, definitely all these cattle are very optimally finished. Some of them are, really doing a very good job of holding their weight, to say the least. Went ahead and started out with this young man's right here. This is a steer that definitely is the boldest over his top, really progressively gets wider and really continues that trend of being stout out of the hip, and one that is definitely wide gauged and powerfully constructed, built wider from the ground up. You would like to see this guy be a little bit deeper flanked and a little bit deeper in his quarter as well. But nonetheless, I think that this is a guy that you could definitely take to the rail, and he's going to have the shapeliest, heaviest muscled carcass out of the class. Moving on to our second place. This is another steer that you can definitely appreciate just how wide this guy is. One that you would like to see a little bit more expressive in his muscle shape, especially over his top, and really kind of continue that trend into his quarter. Nonetheless, I think he's one that's really good finished, probably one of the top two finished cattle out of the class. Just a little bit more expressive in his muscle shape, and I could definitely see him moving up in the class. Moving on to our third place. This is easily the steer with the most weight per day of age, one that definitely is doing a very good job of keeping his weight, especially for where he's at. You would just like to see this guy be nicer balanced, be cleaner through that chest floor and deeper in his flank, and then just be overall stouter made and heavier muscled. And then moving on to our next steer is another one that you could definitely appreciate the length and skeletal extension of this guy. He's just getting poor balanced for me too. I would like to clean him up in his front 1/3 and his back 1/3, and then just make him stouter hipped and leveler from hooks to pins, and just stouter made to move up any higher. But overall, very good class. Let's go ahead and give him a nice round of applause.
Okay, congratulations to Anthony Quayle, who stood first in that class of heavyweight market weight steers. That will also be your champion of that division. And second was Ashlyn Nitschke, who is also your reserve champion market heavyweight steer, followed up by Andy Ashland. So now we will select our grand champion and reserve champion market steer. So we'll have our class winners come back in the market steer division. So we have our champion market lightweight steer, Sophia Lorch. And this will be followed by our champion middleweight steer, Kylan Green, and our heavyweight, Anthony Quayle.
So we move into our drive for our overall steer. I think you got three awesome quality steers here. Ones that, in terms of a show ring standpoint, but also from a market standpoint, definitely going to be able to bring some profitability to these kids. Definitely some easy keepers, to say the least. Ones that, you know, don't really have to take a whole lot to really kind of maintain these guys. I think really there's kind of two cattle that really kind of rise to the top, in my opinion. And then just from there, there's really kind of one steer that really just kind of, in terms of the quality, in terms of the market that we're kind of looking for, really kind of suits the needs and definitely fits the productivity that we're really kind of looking for the industry today. So I'm going to go ahead and go out and select our champion. Then we'll bring out the second for the reserve.
Okay, congratulations to Kylan Green, who exhibited the Grand Champion Market Steer this morning. And your reserve champion market steer is exhibited by Anthony Quayle. Next, we will pick our overall grand champion and reserve champion market beef today. Got Allison Wallace.
before we get started with the Supreme and get going into showmanship, I just wanted to say thank you to Dickinson County for having me again this year. It's an honor and a privilege to come judge cattle here. Really enjoy working with the kids and looking at the good livestock and be able to handle these great cattle. This is one of my favorite counties to kind of judge at. Definitely one that I'll always remember, and anytime that I get the opportunity to come back here, I'm definitely going to be able to say absolutely to Spirit Lake. I think for the Grand Drive, I think you got two real good quality cattle here, ones that are going to be able to bring some productivity and some profitability to these kids. I think all of these kids do a very good job of showing these cattle as well. You can definitely tell for the industry standard. There's definitely a bright future for both these people being cattlemen and cattle women. Just really kind of continue to work with these cattle and just really kind of continue to grow and being a great agriculturalist. Because the future is bright here in northern Iowa. So without further ado, I'm going to go out and select our Supreme overall, and then we'll do the reserve.
Okay, congratulations to Kylan Green for exhibiting the overall Grand Champion Market Beef today at the fair. And congratulations to Allison Wallace. She exhibited the overall reserve champion market beef this morning. The next event this morning that we'll be entertaining is the senior beef showmanship. That'll start momentarily. Just a reminder to everybody of the social distancing guidelines. I know that's hard to do in a setting, but it's strongly urged to please practice social distancing or wear a face covering where possible. And also want to mention too, appreciate KUOO live streaming today's event because of the health concerns. So we're live streaming today's results. You can go to exploreokoboji.com and check that out. Do want to give another thanks to our judge today, who's Chris Spence from Gilbert, Iowa, for helping us out with the judging, doing a fine job this morning and sharing your knowledge and expertise with our 4-H youth today. We appreciate that. And also thanks to Alexis Nielsen, our fair queen, for helping us hand out awards and ribbons. So in this first class of senior beef showmen this morning, we have Allison Wallace of the Silver Lakers. We have Ashlyn Nitschke of the Okoboji FFA. Coming into the ring now is Aiden Quayle of the Groom and Bloom. And now we have Isabella Ostovic of the Groom and Bloom. And rounding out this class will be Wes Radcliffe.
whenever I do showmanship, whether it's at a small county like Cherokee County where there might be 18 head of sheep and 5 head of goats, or if it's going to be Dickinson County where the numbers are greater, I'd like to take my time and I like to talk to each individual and kind of tell them things that I think that they did good, where I could see them improving. This is where the foundation is built to be able to be a good showman. It's right here. It's not at the Iowa State Fair. It's not at NAIL. It's not at Junior Nationals. Not at National Western. It's right here in the show ring and at home as well. So all the knowledge that the kids can get from here is going to help them when they get up into the national shows, especially whenever they're going up against people like Buck Cattle Company and Lautner and Blake Nelson. Right here is going to help you go from 5th to 3rd, 4th to 2nd, just being able to show your animal to the best of its ability. Big thing I told them, make sure you know all of the parts of the animal. Make sure you keep eye contact, smiling, and then just showing the calf off to the best ability, showing the good things that the animal has, and then the things that improvement need to just make sure that you hide them. So I'm going to go out and select 1st and 2nd, and then we'll bring in the next class of seniors.
Okay, congratulations to Allison Wallace, who stood first in that class of senior beef showman, and the second was Ashlyn Nitschke. All right, here comes our second class of senior beef showmanship this morning. We have Andy Ashland of the Groom and Bloom, followed by Rylan Arrett of the Silver Lakers. Next we have Anthony Quayle of the Groom and Bloom. Coming in next is Wyatt Lorch of the Silver Lakers, followed by Kylan Green of the Milford Pioneers.
Another great class of seniors that do a very good job of showing off their cattle. A lot of great knowledge here. Kids that are going to be able to go out into the industry and be good cattlemen or cattle women. I think that whether they decided to go into the rich man's game of cow calf operation, stocker, seed stock, whatever they decided to do, I think they're definitely going to be successful in doing that. And like I said, that really kind of all starts right here, and just being able to just show that you are definitely knowledgeable about the cattle industry. So I'm going to go out and select our first and our second from this group.
Well, congratulations to Anthony Quayle, who stood first in that class of senior beef showman, and second was Andy Ashland. Okay, now we have a couple of classes of junior beef showmen coming up, and just to give you a little bit of an idea on the scheduling, following that we'll honor our top 10 rate of gain winners, and we also want to catch photos of the champion winners this morning, so we'll do photos. Make sure you touch base with the 4-H staff on that, and then we'll break for lunch, and then afterwards we'll go to the barns and judge the projects in the barns. So entering the ring for the Senior Showman Championship, we have Allison Wallace, followed by Anthony Quayle and Andy Ashland.
Let's go ahead and give our seniors a nice round of applause. Very good job, well done. A lot of great experience out here and a lot of great knowledge as well for each of these individuals. Just like I said, really continue to grow into the industry. You could definitely tell with these kids there's definitely some passion there that they really want to succeed at what they're doing, but also want to be able to be good, profitable cattlemen and cattlewomen. Definitely something, for the next generation to definitely take a look at. And definitely, I think for Northern Iowa, the future's bright. And whether these kids decide to stay here in this area or move on to somewhere else, really take the knowledge that they're taking with them, and really going to be able to produce good quality livestock that really anybody from a breeding standpoint, a market standpoint, would be really just kind of tickled pink to have. So I'm going to go out and select our senior overall showman.
Okay, congratulations to Anthony Quayle of the Groom and Bloom 4-H Club for being the senior showman champion today. All right, we're going to start with our first class of junior beef showmen now. Coming into the ring, we have Brianna Swenson. And she's followed by Tyler Wallace of the Silver Lakers. We've got Sullivan Radcliffe of the Groom and Bloom 4-H Club. We got Miley Wagey of the Silver Lakers. Right before her was Kelsey Arrett of the Silver Lakers, and then we have Trevor Reesberg.
Let's go ahead and give our junior exhibitors a great round of applause. A lot of great showmen out here that do a fantastic job, even when their calf may not be working just the way they want them to. The big thing with showmanship, especially in cattle, just making sure you stay cool, calm, and collected. There's a lot of people nowadays that want to ruin our industry and want to take away the livelihood that we have, and the last thing we want to do is give them any reason to take that away by getting upset at our calf or just showing them that even in the slightest that they may take it that we don't take care of our animals. None of these kids do that. They do a very good job of making sure to just, show that they're having fun. Big thing I told them all is just make sure to keep as much eye contact with the judge as you can, smile, and then just learning all about the industry and just, continue to soak up information. So I'm going to go out and select my champion, and then we'll get on to the rest of the show.
Okay, congratulations to Kelsey Arrett, your junior showman champion today. Just a reminder too, I've just been handed this here to the 4-H exhibitors. Your auction forms are due in by noon on Wednesday so that they can put the programs together. They need the tag numbers and also need to include if it's a base bid or auction. You can pick up the forms in the mailbox behind the office, and they will be available by 2 o'clock today. So at this time, we're going to have a special induction. Can Barb Utek please join Sue in the show ring, please? Okay, today we are honored to recognize the individual who will be this year's Dickinson County 2020 4-H Hall of Fame inductee, Barb Utek. Barb has worked with Dickinson County 4-H for over 20 years, and for many years she has been the team spirit of the office staff, the record book guru. She's been instrumental in coordinating our judges and the time and energy behind securing the sponsorships that make many aspects of the fair possible. I'll always miss Barb's call in July reminding me that I have to announce the beef show. Can you come back and do that for me, Barb? Barb's played many key roles as a 4-H volunteer in Plymouth County and as a 4-H parent. So we are honoring Barb this year as a beloved part of our 4-H family. Thank you, Barb. We are going to have our top 10 rate of gain exhibitors honored at this time, and then, as I said earlier, we'll take a break for lunch, and then we will go out in the barns and take care of the projects in the barns after lunch. So the exhibitors today, the first place winner today is Andy Ashland. His project gained 4.24 pounds per day. Congratulations, Andy. And Andy also had the second highest rate of gain winner at 3.51. So congratulations to Andy. The next three place winners all belong to Wyatt Lorch. Wyatt's three animals, the best gainer was 3.4, followed by the second one at 3.33, and the third one at 3.11. So congratulations to Wyatt Lorch. Next we have Lainey Lorch. She's 6th and 7th today. She had a rate of gain on both of her animals at 3.07. And next we have Brianna Swenson. She also was at 3.07. Congratulations, Brianna. And that's followed by Ashlyn Nitschke, who her animal gained 3.04 pounds per day. And 10th, we have tied for 10th, we have Justine Reese. Her animal gained 2.84 pounds per day, as well as Brianna Swenson is what 2.84. And congratulations to all these exhibitors, and a big thank you to Okoboji GM Toyota. They donated the cash prizes for the exhibitors today, so thank you to them.